1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Are we in? Hello, Techum. Hold the line. Hello. Music with Miss Chris. Hello. What are we making today? Good question. That's going to be largely up to you guys. Hello, Cringe Fest. Let's hope it's not a Cringe Fest. Hello, Big Boy London. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, God knows who. Hello, Juicy Quince. Hello, Charlie. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes, I think we're in. You know what? I was just downloading Ableton 12.3. Only just been notified it's available. Shall we install it? We might need to check out the stem splitting separation thing. I need a random tune, don't I? Whatever this one is. Let's set up some side chaining. Can we make some drum and bass? Oof, yes we could. I'm very rusty. Oh, we've got no music, have we? We've got no music. 1 second. What's happened there? I think I know what's going on. Right, so yes, OBS definitely getting the mic. We have no Ableton. Library, audio. ASIO, there we go. No, still no music. Okay, so that is can you guys confirm you have no music playing? Just my voice? I'm seeing this right, aren't I? All right, okay, yep, 1 sec. It should be one of these. My loopback has been turned off. I've reset my RME by accident, haven't I? Yep, okay. Let's try. Bear with. Sorry, guys. ASIO inputs. This is a quirk of OBS. Oh, I've got it on 3 and 4, not 5 and 6. So... Deafen you. Hey. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yes. That will do. It was French. Anyone French in the track in the chat that could tell me what that track was saying? It was a splice vocal. C'est toi? Is that what would c'est toi? It is so. It is music very loud compared to my voice. Do. Yeah, lots of people say too loud. Why would that be? OBS hasn't changed. That's just a full level track. How's my voice? 1, 2, 1, 2. That's OBS. That's me. 1, 1, 1. Okay, so I'm not that loud actually. Oh, the peaks are 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Am I supposed to be left only? I don't think I am. Hello, hello. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
C'est toi.
Something like that.
Dont je me souviendrai. Toi qui pourras tout jamais.
We'll just keep the master down for a minute. About -8 should be fine. You're getting the voice direct, so yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It should all duck when I speak. What did I miss from Jeremy? Releasing every week for 2026 to overcome finishing music. Brilliant. So that's the plan. That's going to be the plan. Sorry. What's the best marketing move with $100 per release? Your content strategy is just filming yourself listening to it. Well, it's a start. These days, I would advise content around. You need the story of why you made it, really. So content around, making it, how you came up with the bass lines, or what the story is about, what you were inspired by, all those kind of things. You think you need lots of content around that. With $100, the money's not really important, really. The major marketing is going to be free, unless you've done like severely nerdy research on your audience psychographics. Then spending on advertising and boosting and pushing the thing, I don't think it's worth it at all. So what would you do with the $100? I don't take advantage of the extra features inside of your distributor, basically, like what's DistroKid call it? I'll never ticket these days, but anyone else here released on DistroKid? What's it called? It's like pitch. You pitch to. You set it up 4 weeks early and you pitch it to playlists, kind of thing. I'm sure it's just called pitch. DistroKid release for upload should be actually. Not that you might be releasing on DistroKid, but I think it's a Spotify term anyway. It's under extras, isn't it? Anyway, I won't dwell too long on that. But yeah, I would just I would use $100 on. Well, don't forget if you're going to be releasing any covers, they're going to cost per year to keep up your mechanical license. So you might want to keep some aside for that. Depends if you're doing any cover tracks. Guessing this is Rufus de Soul? No, this is one of mine. I was trying to do what was the, well, it's called Splice Oxia Tribute. So I swapped the function of the bass and the lead in Oxia. Obviously, the Zonderling edit would be the main sound reference, but yeah, I wanted the triplets on the lead instead of the bass, so it was easy to mix in and out of. So that was my attempt at doing an Oxia triplet thing with a lead instead of a bass. Good to know. God knows you figured out the red light trick. Good. I'm glad a few people are getting on that now. People using their ears more. Just scrolling through you guys. Hello, everyone. By the way, wait for everyone else to get in. We've had a few technical dramas already. I've just downloaded Ableton 12.3. Should I install it, do you think? That's me asking, not reading back a comment, by the way. Is it ever worth upgrading an audio interface to get better sound quality through my monitors? Well, they're all very good these days. I don't even know if sound quality is the aim anymore. The main reason I use RME is how solid the drivers are and how long they're supported for. So I know even though I'm going to spend 500 plus on an interface, it's going to last about 10 years plus. So 50 quid a year, that's nothing. For sound, if it's good for upgrading in terms of sound quality, there's a lot more questions I would have to ask you there. Is your room fully treated? Because your monitors are nothing without treatment in the room. So you won't hear a single difference unless your room's treated. Even then, it's going to be minute. Converters, things like preamps and converters are minuscule differences compared to, the source of the sound itself. Because I don't even recommend people upgrade their monitors until their room has been treated. That happened to me. I spent £3,000 on monitors and realised they sounded exactly the same as my £300 monitors because the room was doing most of the sound. So, yeah. I would probably hold off unless you're having problems with your drivers. What's Bart saying? Asked you a question earlier in the week about remaking drums, and you told me you could walk me through it on live stream. Okay, yes. What was the track again? Remind me what the track was, Bart? We could do that first, actually. Oh, I've just watched. Sorry, it's Cho. How am I supposed to say that name? Regarding upgrading your interface, you were talking about an Apollo. That's a big That's a big spend. The thing is, what you're paying for in Apollo is UAD charging you for the DSP chips on board, aren't you? So you can run the plugins on the, which is a terrible idea. So I would say no, certainly don't get an Apollo. If you're doing seriously detailed work like film soundtracks, like old jazz record restorations or something, something that requires absolute audiophile quality, and you want to become a renowned mastering engineer in that space, and you think your ear training is taken as far as possible already, then and like I say, your room is fully treated. If you're installing that Apollo in like a fully professional space for that kind of work, then maybe, even then, I would probably recommend different converters than UADs, as good as they are, just so you're not spending money where you don't need to spend it. Have I thought of doing some start to finish courses? Yes, every day I think about trying to finish a course to do to show people how to do stuff start to finish, and I get asked for them every day as well. It's just time. I'm still, most of my current brand, you'll notice I've not released for a while because we stopped releasing 3 times a week because we realized keeping up with AI was pointless. So we're going to change tactics soon. But yeah, most of the time recently in the studio has been spent on kind of branding talks, and I've also been helping out a South Asian music project. I've been helping out with stuff for the Manchester Museum, some music for that. So yeah, I've not been releasing recently, but half the talks have been about making a course. Yeah. It's how do I free up enough time away from, because the YouTube videos take up so much time. And I make music for the rest of the week with either myself or for other clients. So, hello, Nate. Hello, Mr. Brown, by the way. Hello, Max. Catching up on everyone who's joined in. Is my chat really far behind? I think my chat's really far behind. Hello, Siebes. You're not that late. We've really just got going. Hi, Poe. Hello. If your room sounds like absolute shite, am I best up using headphones for mix downs and speakers just to try? Yeah, that's the idea, Danny. Probably use your headphones if it's going to cost an arm and a leg to sort the room out. So, and some rooms just can't be sorted out, right? If you've got a square box, if your room's like is nearly square, it's just really hard to treat a square room unless it's like massive. If you've got a small square box room that's the only available space you've got, then yeah, you're best working on headphones, in my opinion. But 1 second, where is my volume? 1 2 1 2 1 2. Speaking of headphones, just turning mine up. Am I recording audio? If not, then preamps. Oh, sorry, you're talking to the question. Yeah, unless you're recording audio, the preamps on your interface obviously don't matter. So there's another place you'd be spending unnecessary money. Apogee, Lynx, yeah, they're all good brands. Yep, can't afford treatment right now, so you're just on headphones. Yep, that's the most the most logical option, I think. Was considering an RME for better preamp voltage for the SM7B. Well, that's what you're listening to now. It's not the most noiseless experience, but as you can see, I have had to increase the input gain. I think what does it go up to? Yeah, 65. There we go. So it's almost to the top, and I'm quite close to the mic. So at least you don't need a full separate cloud lifter or something like that for the SM7 to bring the gain up. It does have enough preamp gain, and I'm running on USB power only. I don't have the mains plugged into this, so it's good in that sense. Very efficient. I've got a tiny bit of EQ on the way in as well, because they aren't very sensitive microphones, are they? But yeah, yeah, Max has just replied. Yeah, you don't need a cloud lifter if you've got the RME. So, wow, you still need to gain it in post after using a Focusrite and a cloud lifter. Right. Well, what you're hearing right now is RME straight from SM7 straight into the RME. No cloud lifter. So it's certainly capable, and there is a little bit of headroom left. I'm not the loudest speaker, so. Any Chelsea and Arsenal fans in the chat? Why? What's going on? I follow esports more these days than I do real sports. Are they playing right now? Have I timed my live stream on another football day? Mr. Brown asked, does anyone own the V collection, Achuria V collection? I don't. Any thoughts? Yeah, I would like to know people's thoughts on that. If your room is shite, move. Yeah, it's as simple as that right now in especially the current housing market. Yeah, very simple. Oh, it was a draw. As in, it's a current, as in it's currently draw, or is it finished? Oh, they drew in the 90th minute. Or it's in the 90th minute, Charlie. You can be our live ops. Am I at +4 or -10? I presume +4. I think the pad would be -10. Oh, hang on. Sorry, no, that's let me just check here. Do I have anything? No, there's nothing to set in here, is there? This is clock source. Let me just check. Preferences. Snapshot device handling. It's not in those preferences, is it? Settings. Where do you set +4 -10? It's been that long. I should know. I've just done the RME video not too long ago on Total Mix. Operational mode. Oh, that's the simplified thing, isn't it? It should be one of those two menus, shouldn't it? But I cannot see a line level switch. What would it be called? Yeah, it's only for the line in, not the mic in. Under analog tab. In settings or preferences? Oh, in the console. Are we talking about a different interface? Best Black Friday recommendations. I've just made a video. Most of what I said last year still stands. I've found some new nice plugins as well this year. Yeah, this is what you get from the orange fire icon. USB settings. It's just buffer size, your optical, whether your EQ counts for inputs or outputs, whether your SPDIF has the what does TMS stand for again? It's something to do with the time. It's like a time stamp. It doesn't really matter unless you're doing broadcast. Number of Windows devices, clock source. Maybe I don't have the options on the Babyface. That says about, not. Yeah, I do remember having +4 -10 on my Fireface 800. Maybe they got rid. Maybe it's automatic now. Not sure. Also, they have. I'm not sure what edition I've got of the Babyface Pro. At some point in its life, they did swap the converters. I think the people supplying them couldn't supply them anymore, or there was a shortage or something, and they had to swap to another brand, if I remember rightly. Long time ago. I'm trying to think. Anyway, so the question is, I have no idea if this is +4 or -10. I presume it's well, this is a mic input, so would it be here? Oh, there we go. That's why. It's right here. Of course, swappable. Yes, line in only. So it doesn't apply to this microphone. And I have nothing plugged into the lines right now. Sorry for the derail. All good. Was it Bart asking for this drum beat? Has anyone seen him type? I thought it was a good question, regardless. Ah, there we go. Hello, Bart. Juno DE all alone. While I'm looking this up, let's get demonetized. Yeah, Bart's original question was, if I remember rightly, how do I work out drum patterns? As in, copy them from a reference. And it's a good question. It's I've always presumed people can just do this, because surely it can't be hard as working out melodies, which is, I consider, the hardest skill. It was the extended mix, wasn't it, Bart? So that was the beat. Tell you what, let us grab. Just going to put something. Let's put some random stuff on in the background while I grab this track. I've been doing some Enigma style bits and bats. Grab. Oh, this is a museum mix. It's got no low end. Doesn't matter. 1 second. Let's grab this track into my references. Okie dokie, right. Dennis or Denise, I'm not sure if it's which one. You'll be listening to a lot of Kraftwerk, house, post krautrock era. Loving their style, yes, they're big influences on all of what we know today. What synthesizers did they use during that period? I don't actually know. They were super early on it, so they had some custom stuff, didn't they? And a Moog modular. I'm pretty sure was one of them. I'm not sure that particular era though. Sorry. Anyone else know? Right, let's have a look. Right, where's Bart? So what would be the, if anyone needs to work out a drum beat, what do you guys do? Obviously, I've been doing this long enough that I know, like, it sounds super basic, but back in early school days, we had to do exercises like writing down the rhythm of certain speech patterns. So like we have to clap it out as well. So we'd have to say things like, I would really like a cup of tea. I would really like a cup of tea. Something like that. And then you have to write down what that rhythm was. Da, 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 right? And when I hear that, for me, that's really obvious. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5/16. And then eighths afterwards. Da, 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 da. I would already know that rhythm. Right? So that is the rhythm of I would really like a cup of tea, if you were to say it like a robot. Does anyone else do that? Is that just something I was taught, or like does that make sense? Can you do that automatically? Yeah, slow it down is a good one. So, Bart, when you listen to this, can you identify the instruments first of all? I need to know that much. Could you tell me what's in it before we go into any rhythms? What is there? So Ether was taught that. MIDI to drums if you're sounding lazy, if you're feeling lazy. I suppose some of that could work. So you're hearing low and mid toms, yes. Anything else? Is it just the toms you're interested in learning the pattern of? Or is it the whole beat? Let's loop that first. We only need that. The whole beat. Ride on top. You're hearing a ride on the top. Okay. We've got ride, toms. What else? There is a drone in there. I mean, I suppose here's a good... obviously, before I make a video on this kind of thing, I don't know what my guaranteed go-to method would be, but actually, let's do this with a normal EQ. You can always do things like this, right? People are hearing vinyl noise. Yeah, I think I can hear vinyl noise. That's not really essential to the drum beat. So obviously a pad in the background, yeah, there's a held note. Now whether the atmosphere of that held note is important to the vibe of the track is up to you, right? Obviously you're asking about the drum beat right now. Just so you've got a few techniques you can be employing. MSED. So if we grab Voxengo's MSED as well, freebie, you can listen to the side channel. That's confusing, actually. That's got a delay on it, but sometimes you can hear stuff in the side channel that you couldn't hear when it was all together. And likewise, you can listen in mono, just in case there's extra things in the sides, like those delays that might be distracting you from what rhythm's really happening. And then between you, yeah, so you can isolate frequencies. Let's make them steeper so we can really get in there. So kick drum, toms. You said ride. You're almost correct on the ride. That's actually I'm hearing a hi-hat and a tambourine layered up there. Is it just a tambourine, in fact? Or is there a hi-hat layered in there? Not sure. But yeah, and then we've got this, sounds like it could be a vocal drone. About there. So we don't need to know about that. In fact, we could for listening purposes, we can carve that out for a minute. That pitch. That helps us focus in. Whatever you can use to help you listen easier. So the thing, anyone notice anything special about the toms? Someone has spotted the delay. You have correctly identified them as toms. But if you... Actually, let me just search. While I'm here, actually, let's bring up Splice. Pitch and swing. Not actually hearing that much swing, but you're right on the pitch. Is there a bongo sound over the tom? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Get's got it there. They're pitched. They're actually in tune. They're a musical note. If you want to be more specific, these are 808 toms, which are tuned. So basically, manipulated sine waves, really. Bit of distortion. The reason I bring that up is because instrument identification is another form of ear training, right? It's important. If I was to type in tom on these are real drum toms. Not that one. There's one. That's electronic, but there's another one. They might be electronic. Electronic. There's a real one. There's a real tom. So, real toms do, they have some pitch. Sometimes they don't. Depends how long they go on for. Very much like I was talking about kick drums. Here we go, boom. It pitches down and then settles. Whereas an 808 tom, because it's a synthesized tom, is more like synth notes. So that's all it is, really. It's kick drum, tambourine, stroke hi-hat, and then 2 pitched toms. Now let me just fast forward. I don't know this track. Just let me fast forward. Are they actually in tune with the track? Are we at 641? Are we? Okay. They're almost in tune. With the lowest one is the key of the track. That one. Because there's your chord one. It sounds like the chord progression of this track is 6-4-1, and then it holds the 1. So we go back to 6 here, I presume. Yeah, right. So in musical terms, let me give you a quick. Right, so it looks like 6 is on C. That means we're in E minor. So chord progression will be C, A, E. And the toms are playing 4 and 1. 4, 4, 4, 1, 1, which in E is A and E. In terms of working them out, I think whoever suggested slowing it down was probably a really good idea. So if I put warp mode on, and then we just really slow this tempo right down, 60 or something, half tempo. It's a 2 bar, so it's a 1 bar. You could map this out. Actually, let me do it on. Providing your visual latency is Let me just turn the scale off here. If you just map it across like this, watching where the playback cursor is, that's how I would do it if I was starting. I don't know if this makes sense to people, though. I mean, obviously, there'd be a lot more trial and error on your front. But do you think that would? And then, I mean, the problem is a piano doesn't help you know whether you've got it right because it sounds nothing like a drum kit, does it? Right. So you need to hear something close to the results of what you're listening to. Let's just bring up an 808 and show how we would do that. Obviously, we need some kick drums. Just turn our piano off. We need to listen. So that's our... Let's just call it the high and mid tom. They seem closest. Let's put our shaker in. What's closest? Let's just put the shakers in. So they're that speed, right? And then you have to tune your toms by ear because they're not the natural pitch. Sounds like that one's all the way up. Okay, so our mid tom won't go as high as we need it to. That means it was probably, if this is accurate to an original 808 and that's the true pitch range that they could go to, then obviously it's not real 808s, it's probably samples, so we'll just have to go into here and pitch up the sample. Try 1 first. Yeah, close enough. Let's go back up to tempo, 120. Obviously you want some you want to find a real shaker loop, not the 808 one, and the kick drum will be not an 808 as well, as you can hear. But if that's what helps you get the pattern down, does that seem doable, Bart? Or is that a bit advanced? I don't. Where are you at with that? Could you hear that? Or is it just the benefit of hindsight of watching me do it that it now makes sense? Would you have been able to do that by slowing it down? And obviously, like I said, knowing the sound really helps. Knowing that that's an 808 tom is kind of is part of the key of getting the mood of that vibe, right? So it's the same with like Dennis Ferreira, Hey Hey, that kind of track. That's another 808 groove on toms. Where is it?
Just an ordinary day.
Like that. Do, 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 do. Cook. Yeah, I've heard back from Ditto on the legal. Yeah. I will email you. I need you to send me like a statement, and I need to reply with a permission statement, and then you need to upload that to. The reason I needed to speak to It was Ditto, wasn't it? Cook, we were dealing with. I think it was. Anyway, yeah, their upload form is worded really badly, and all my first responses came from some AI chatbot. Even the AI chatbot said it was worded badly. So I emailed them saying, I can't trust your chatbot for legal advice. Please step in. And the third time they got back to me and said, yes, it is worded really badly, but you need, this is the procedure. So yeah. So I will be replying ASAP. Yeah, I've just got to find the wording to. It's a nightmare because it's not a royalty free sample. It's a free sample. It's not a royalty free sample. They're two different things. And yeah, I did a video about making this mistake and why I don't release those packs anymore. If I'd have charged you for the pack, it would be so much easier. It's one of those quirks of the legal system. By not charging you for the sample pack, there's no legal contract. It's a nightmare. But yeah, so we have to make steps to let you use them in releases, which is to make sure you basically have a statement of proof that you understand it's not exclusive and all this stuff. You know that it's there's no ownership transfer, not blah 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 blah. So anyway, yeah, I've just got to I've already got the template email. It's semi-composed. I need my manager to look over it tomorrow. I'm speaking with him. He's going to give it a once over. So yep. Thanks for your patience, mate. We'll be back to you ASAP. Nightmare. Hunter, thank you for the 5. Can you do a track breakdown for me? Away by Arlo. Really unique song. Just progression and melody and sound selection. We can have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. I've not forgotten whoever asked, can we do some drum and bass? I'm down for some drum and bass. Whoever asked for that, can you, what kind of drum and bass are we doing? We're doing some liquid? We're doing some nasty stuff? What are we doing? Hardest bit's going to find a vocal as usual. Let's look at this for Hunter. So we got Arlo, Take Me Away. All I can think of is DJ SKT. Take me away. When I hear that, Arlo, Take Me Away. Okay, is it this one? I've got an Adobe adverts. No, thank you. Not now. Affinity's free. Is it this? Oh, okay. So we're modal. Okay. Oh, okay, right. It's the dead mouse method. Okay, dead mouse method. Yeah, we can look at that. Have you? That's the first question, Hunter. Have you seen my dead mouse video on? Well, the musical term is modal interchange, but I didn't call it in that video because it would have confused a few things. I called it multitonal is the other word for it. Did you watch my video on dead mouse and multitonal music making? I'm seeing calls for dark minimal, jungle. We need jungle, I'm afraid. Yes. Perfect quote. I love everything that's been done with that one. Ambient, dark minimal, ambient, liquid. Okay. Hunter. The drop chords and sound are what you're interested in. All right, let's fast forward. Actually, let me grab this and bring it in. That's the best way, isn't it? Take me away. What genre is this? I mean, it's house, isn't it? It's fast. It's garage. It's got the R&B thing. The EDM. Okay, here's the drop. Okay. Let's see where this goes. Big 909 build.
Take me away.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's definitely garage then. It's got a little bit of the stutter house thing over. Cool. Let's have a look. Refs. Let's bring that in. Oh yeah, by the way, Bart, I hope that helped you in some way. But yeah, get yourself like it's hard to teach instrument identification. Excuse me, identification, because it's yeah, you've either experienced the instrument or you haven't. Like, obviously, most people know what a piano sounds like, but if you've never played around with an 808 drum machine before, or 808 samples, then you might not recognize those toms. And like you said, you thought there was a ride in the top, but it was actually a tambourine or a hi-hat. Then you're going to struggle to get that sound by using ride samples as the top. So it's hard. I don't know what to teach there in terms of how to identify sound, because it's an experience thing, right? So I suppose it's trial and error, isn't it? If you'd find out soon enough that the ride sound's not getting you what you want, or it might get you something different that you'll actually really like. You never know. There's no harm in trying, obviously, but at that point you try adjacent percussion, don't you? So instead of ride cymbals, you try hi-hat cymbals. Presumably you'd know that crash cymbals wouldn't do the job. Yeah, top percussion, basically. I suppose you just search for top loops. Would be a search term, top loops, and then you could always steal the kick drum with any of the methods I showed in the video I did a couple of weeks ago. That'll get you a very close kick drum with either drum clone or kick 3 or kick ninja, or there's a few others I think now. Quite a few people mentioned them in the chat. Right, so there's a lot of sound design here. We got the dive sub.
Take me away.
What tempo are we at? Let's try and line up this kick here. That'll do. I'm going to guess 150. 145, something in that area, isn't it? Let's just sort this out first. No, too much DJ Heartstring. It's not that fast. What am I doing? I should just go from here, and then go. That looks like the kick drum. Oh, that's the sub reverse into the kick drum. That's why it's confusing. Oh, so it's nowhere near that fast. Why did I hear that so fast? Interesting. Let's turn warp on. Now we can do it this way, easy. That's roughly the start of the kick drum. That's fine. Say that, and then you. Nope. Why does this waveform look so confusing? Probably because I've got that one wrong. Oh, I'm getting confused by the skippy bass. Oh, that is a kick. No, it's not. That's why it is. Right, okay. There we go, at last. We got. Okay, so we're it's never taken me so long to work out the tempo of a track. It's 1:30. Why did I hear that at like 1:45? Probably because the earlier loop we were listening to was so slow. 1:20, wasn't it? Oh, we don't need any of this. Oh, it's faster than that. We're falling behind. Are we actually... $132, you're saying. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it will be, yeah. Normally the kick drums are a lot clearer on the waveform. Doesn't sound like it though. Maybe it's actually is it warping in that slowdown section? Maybe that's not on grid. What is going on here? Am I going mad? This seems fine from here. Oh no, we're falling out again. Is it one of those awkward... Or have I just grabbed it from a bad source? Yeah, it's gonna... I think it's in between. Have I grabbed it from the official topic channel? Just let me double check. Yeah, I've grabbed it from the topic. It should be the official release. Albeit YouTube rip, but that shouldn't matter for tempo. Maybe it's slowly speeding up the entire time. Yeah, listen, later on, we're out again. That's 132 again. She's behind the beat, which isn't helping. Anyway, we should... Hey, to get into the harmony, you wanted to know chords, melody and sound. Got stuck on tempo. I wonder. Oh, this can't be a tape release, can it? It's got some drift to it, or virtual tape. I'll change the bass there. Into full farter. That's me repeating. Okay. That's strange. Let's get this. Get this chorus down. Yeah, it seems to line up. Just about. Right, okay, so that sounds fairly simple. That's just a transport. We're pitch bending down here. Have you seen my Stutter House video, Hunter? As well, not just a Dead Mouse video. I covered this effect on the Stutter House video. There's multiple ways of doing that. In terms of the sound, we just want trans, which is just detuned saws, octaves. I think I can hear 2 octaves in there. We need to separate the bass out as well. They're changing the octaves. Anyway, so what's that key? C sharp. We're in C sharp. Let's not show it in C sharp because that's a terrible key for terrible key for showing. So I'm going to go up 4 and then we'll show everything in A just so it's easier to see. So your chord progressions are 1, yeah, technically it's a 1, it's a major 1. 1, 6, 4, 5. We got, is it 2 for bar? Yeah. Goes like this. Oh. Apologies. As your 6, 4. I'll show it in C sharp once I'm done, but this is just so. And if you do that against all the white keys, that's why we're in A. Just build your chords. I need to go up an octave, aren't we? The big difference is chord 1 is major. That's the multitonal aspect of it. The rest is minor. Well, harmonic minor because our chord 5 is major as well. So we've got chords 6 and 4 from the minor key. You could say we've got chord 1 and 5 from the major key. That's what you're dealing with in terms of harmony. There's extensions galore. I can hear a 7th and a 9th. Well, definitely the voice, that's going on. So the 9th is from up there and it's been clustered into the voice. In fact, it's that one. I think that I'm hearing the voice as much as the. Let me hear that synth on its own again. Oh, can't do. It's in a higher octave earlier. There's your seventh on that one. It's on the voice, so. Did just this drop where the synth's up an octave? I suppose there's the best place to find because she's not singing chords. Yeah, I thought I heard. I think I'm hearing the seventh on top. It might be both. That's got both the seventh and the ninth on it. That's got a normal seventh, dominant seventh. And she's singing chords there. So, first thing to notice, just like I said in the Dead Mouse video, this type of track you're not going to be able to make from a splice vocal usually, unless a musician spots this and already has a splice vocal and then is able to work out the chords. Because it's very rare you find. This is called, when we're moving between scales, this is called non-diatonic. Diatonic just means stick to the scale, basically. So it's very rare you'll find a non-diatonic vocal, one that's switching between scales on a sample service. This would be chords that were written, and then this is when you get the vocalist in to sing a dedicated part over. Anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah, over your composition, basically. Na, 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 na. That's all minor she's singing there, but when it comes to the chord stuff, yeah, she's humming the same chords. Right, as for the sound. Yeah, I was going to get to the sounds. Well, that's fine. So only in this section is there an extra octave in it. It's just literally this. You get a couple of saws, detune them, extremely tight envelope on a steep filter in a pluck shape like this. And then our we need to bring the transpose over. What octave am I in? Yeah, I'll do for now. It seems like there's a lot of automation of the sustain on the envelope, which would make me think the notes are all joined and the shortness of the note is coming purely from the envelope. I'll show you that now. So let's go into 16th. This is the rhythm. We're heavily swung as well. I believe this is an overlap. And then it's a repeat of that half. Before the change. Oh. Oh, so it ends there. Okay, fine. Oh, I've lost half my notes. It was this chord anyway, wasn't it? But given that all of these chords are now... oh, sorry, all these are major. I can just do that, actually. I might be hearing the A on top there. I wonder. Yeah. I think I'm hearing A's there, and then on that chord 5. Let's grab another major 7th here. Put that on E. Make sure it's major. Then that goes back down to the G sharp. There. I think that's what's going on. Let's just find out. Right, let's get this sound dialed in. Turn on the phase randomization. Put an octave on this one. Don't know if they're adjusting. Yeah, they're either adjusting sustain or just cut off. I suppose cut off is the more common. Either way, the notes will have to be joined up like this. Oh yeah, we need lots of swing. Let's just guess at the 66% mark for garage. Let's add another. Whoops, grooves. 16th sample. Just normal will do for now. Swing 16ths. That sounds about right. 64%. Grab you. Right. We may have a separate spike envelope here for either pitch or filter or both. Oops. Do we need less voices? Oh, no. That's the idea. I don't think the octave's that prominent in the. Sorry, I not looked at the chat for a minute while I was distracted with getting that done. But right, let me need to go back to this sound just in case you didn't. Obviously, we go. I'm not sure if there's an extra bass in there, you know, as well on the actual pad part. Can't tell because of the. We will have to. But yeah, as for this, we just need the chord held. Let's just show how to do this for now. For those of you who don't know, we're just going to hold one. Now, what would we do? We would arpeggiator. There's a few ways of doing it. I think the arpeggiator is probably the easiest way because we want to re-trigger the attack on the synth. Is what I think I can hear happening there. Yeah. So we put our arpeggio in chord mode. Now, if you're not on Ableton, I have been looking into arpeggiators that do chord mode. I did find one, but then it started misbehaving and triggering things at terrible timings. So I'm still looking. So we take this off the grid. We go into milliseconds. And at the same time as rate, I'm going to put these on the macro so we can do them in one go. We might need to adjust decay in the opposite direction, I'm thinking. So let me put, this needs to go in this rack. Come on, get in there. Oh, it's a MIDI effect rack. Will it not let me grab those? It will. Okay. Obviously, I just couldn't drag it into a MIDI effect rack because it's an instrument. Configure, decay, group, 1. And maybe a release as well. Might need to go on there. Why is this note going on and off? That's not. Hello? Why? Steps are off. Is it me or is that misbehaving? Oh, sorry. It's just. No, sorry. It's because it's re-triggered. Right. So, yes. I keep forgetting the rest of the chords weren't held. Oh, I was doing it here as well. It's nonsense. Anyway, we need to turn the arpeggiator off there, but imagine that wasn't doing that. Let's just It's just doing it with the top two notes. That is not what that's supposed to do. Speaking of arpeggios misbehaving. How can you have Vital like this? Vital is free. Yeah, I thought it wasn't enough voices either. This voices isn't tied to unison on Vital, so yeah, this is the arpeggio doing that. It should just be holding the chord. Anyway. We need to adjust the amount of the amount of and then has to go, yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway, with that held, ideally that should just hold. Then all you need to do is a pitch bend down. Let's have a look. Envelopes. Are we automatically on? No, we're not. MIDI control, pitch bend. Something like that. Only needs to be a couple of semitones because you're going from 1 through 7 down to 6. But yeah, you would obviously that's so so annoying. You do the same with the bass as well. Yeah, hopefully without a faulty arpeggiator. That's really annoying. And then that. What else did you want to know, Hunter? Does that cover everything? If I show you that, by the way, in its original C sharp, its proper key. Why are we not looped? Did I unloop it by accident? C sharp would be 4. So those are the real notes. If we take the pitch off now. C sharp major, A major, F sharp major, G sharp major. So starting in the key of C sharp major, and then these two chords are from C sharp minor, last chord from C sharp major as well. It's the actual keys without transposing. Does that cover everything? Wicked. Is this an Ableton 12 thing with this? With altering of notes? That's going to really annoy me. I don't want to use Ableton 12 if that's what the chord mode does. I use chord mode all the time. not doing it when I manually enter the notes. It doesn't matter how many notes I hold either. Why it's not doing it there? What the hell's going on? Anyway, I can bug fix later. I won't do it while you guys are waiting. I'll quickly mention the bass. Yeah, watch my Sammy Vergi video on the bass. It's just doing between octaves. And octaves and fifths. By the way. So you would just take this chord progression. Oh, by the way, I've been using scalar as well. And I don't really like it at all. I've got a lot to say on scalar. Anyone been using scalar? Oh, thank you for the 10. Who's give us 10? Oh, hello, Jeremy. 1 second. Yeah, so for your bass, you just take those lowest notes, and then it's like octaves. Obviously, these would be in a lower octave total for your bass sound. That's literally all that's happening here. It's like, and that's a fifth away from the root, so that would be G sharp. Ah, right, okay, so they've done, they've actually gone back down there. But it's basically the same rhythm as the synth. So an extra octave up there, I think. Oh, and then we've got a passing note down to the doo-doo. Down to the A. Basically, that's all the bass lines are doing. It's the same rhythm, a couple of extra filler notes, either on octaves or fifths, and you'll get there. Yeah. I'm going to sip the last of this cold tea. Right, what's Jeremy saying? Please show dialing in that sub layer, UKG 4x4 Speedy Garage. You've touched on it before. A deep dive on sidechain variations, more unconventional high keys, sublines versus bass lines, highly rhythmic subs. I think I know what you're talking about. I suppose the best way is to do this bass line, isn't it? How I would do this? Dialing in the sub layer. Is this where we have to talk about automating cutoff frequencies? Or deleting the fundamental of the synth waveform? Wavetable? Maybe. I've just you're awesome. I've just downloaded 12.3 literally about, I noticed it was available about 5 minutes before the stream started. So it's not installed right this second. I'm on 12.1, I think, 12.2, whatever the last one before that was. Yeah, I'm just thinking what we talk about here. Dialing in UK Garage, Speed Garage, sub layers. I suppose this is as good a track to do it on as any, isn't it? Let's get the bass sound. It's obviously not the same sound we want. We certainly don't want that amount of detune. Let's just delete all of this pitch. In fact, we don't need the group at all. Let me just ungroup. what octave are we in? Even though this is in C sharp, I think this is in that's a 0, isn't it? Is that right down there? It is. First of all, let's make sure we got no overlapping notes. One voice. We don't want that to be squelching. Whoops. Need to turn the pitch off on this. Oh, tell a lie. That's part of the chord. That's I think I'm hearing a very short. Oh, might be the third of the chord. We might want to key track. Oh, I've still got this going on, haven't I? Let me just turn this off. Yeah, I'm not sure how the growl on the bass is done. Actually, later on we'll tell as well, because it goes all. Let's get this rest of this line in. I presume it's actually the same pattern. Yeah, it is, yeah. Do 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 do. Yep. AG. They're octaves. For some reason, didn't decide those. And then we don't have to stop. Do 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 do. Let's back to that. Yeah, with the third in there. Yeah. It's just a double on the end, apparently. Okay. What am I hearing there? Other than just the filter opened. Is it just... Maybe it's a bit of the old multi-band squeeze OTT or whatever. Poke with some poke into it. Maybe that's all it needs. We need all that release now. see. We get the sub in and some drums and. Oh, I heard an interesting. I heard bit crushing then. I heard some bit crushing. I don't think that was part of the. Unless it was just a turnaround effect. There was a high pass filter into a bit crusher kind of thing. No. Other way around. I'm not sure if that's it could be dynamic as well. Not sure it's part of the main sound. You could always put an envelope follower on that. Where's the MIDI envelope? Envelope MIDI. Oops, that one I mean. Who knows? Just heard it right at the very end of the phrase there. I think it's helping it out a bit. Let's keep it up. Right, subs. Right, so sine wave. Ideally, we need a bit of a garage loop going on. Might grab a quick one from Splice. Or shall we install 12.3 and stem separate this? Yeah, I think that was just for the turnaround. I can hear it now, it's not. Unless it's very subtle. Let's just do that for now, 10% something. Do 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 do. Hi Thomas. How are we? Sine wave. Now, speaking of the subtleties of dialing in subs, for those that don't know, the sub doesn't have to follow every octave the bass shifts. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'll have to have a proper listen now. What can we hear going on down there? I've got isolate loaded. I haven't. Let's listen below. Yeah, I think I'm not sure. Is it doing all those moves? Yeah, I think it's moving. I think it's doing all the moves. Needs to be one voice. We might not need to pluck envelope the sub. We'll see what the groove says once everything's in. Right, need a quick. I'm trying to work out what's going to be the quickest way to get drums like. That's not the extended mix. Is it? One second. The toilet test. Indeed, that is the club toilet test. For now, I'm just going to use this website. Save you guys waiting for me to install Ableton 12.3. I want to extract drums. Here's what I want. So references, take me away, that'll do. Couple of seconds. Right, what have we got? I'll take it. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. For now, anyway. Bit MP3 on the hi-hats there, but kick drum seemed okay. Good enough to talk about what we need to talk about. I like the melody on this one. Take me away. Why don't I have a reference folder? Line it up with our click here. Right, there's a full kick. Let's use that. There's some interference there, but nothing major. I'll just loop the first bar of that maybe. So we don't get that build up. Yeah, seems okay. There we go. Okay. Remove that piano to the top. Right, I need a good measure of this kick, really. We're going to talk about side chaining. I'm going to have to grab one. That's fine. That's fine for now. Drum clone, where are you? Drum clone, our speed kick grabbing savior. From over here, wasn't it? Solo. I won't take the one with the weird reverse on it. Let me take... And not the one with the clap on it either. Take the third kick drum. There we go, that one will do. Something like that. Excuse me. Get some of the noise back through. Yes. That'll do. That will do. For those of you who haven't seen this tool, I did a video on it 2 weeks ago. Go see that. Drag and drop. Turn off velocity. Make sure release isn't nothing. And we're good. Loop this area. Oh, my stream went dark. Hello, is everyone still there? Okie dokie. Looks like we're still on. I presume as long as OBS is recording, YouTube going down doesn't... Okay, yeah. Doesn't affect you guys. That's good. Right. Now, let me... I suppose the most accurate way of doing this... Oh, the plugin's not called Floor, it's called Plug Data. Let's just do the quick and dirty way. High, pass. And then you, that one. Let's make sure this is labeled kick drum. Have we all seen that synthesizing cymbals video yet? No. That sounds interesting. Not easy to do. All right, there's our top loop. The important information I need is now, how do I do this without running at? I'll tell you what, we will put a clipper on the master so I can hear what's going wrong, because I'm having to turn down the master because it's too loud for you guys. On 0. Okay, we're good. already here, and we're going to have to envelope this. Maybe not so much attack on the sub because it's clicking. We're on one voice, yep. Right, let's get some. Let's figure out what our sidechain is. How long is this kick drum? Or how long do we want it to be? It's about halfway. Not really worried about that tail. Could just do a proper sidechain. But we don't have to. Let's say nothing for the first. And then we need to not click at the end. Something like that would do. Where's our kick hitting? Is it 0? Yeah, roughly. Not hearing any egregious distortion. Is that even clipping anything? Having to clip anything? Okay. Now, because we used a mathematical waveform, I can just pull the first harmonic out of that if I want. It's only a problem if you're relying on any tone shaping or distortions afterwards. That means we don't have to high pass a complicated part like this. If you are using a waveform that you can't draw the sub out of, oh, by the way, just let me explain what's going on there for those that don't know. Let me hold a single note. Not you. Let me label these. That's bass. You can see all the harmonics that make up this sound. I can just pull out that lowest one. You just pull them out individually like that. So then that leaves our sub to. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I think it would. That leaves our sub to do sub business. Otherwise, you have to go through the. If you don't have the ability to edit your waveform like that, which is dependent on how the waveform was imported into Serum or Vital, only mathematically calculated ones you can edit. If it's like a sample you've dragged in, you're out of luck. You can't do that with a lot of them. And then what you have to do is the hard work of high pass filtering, and you end up having to automate this pitch for all of the significant jumps. just to get the first harmonic out. So yes, it's a bit of a nightmare if you don't have it. Right, we need a bit of a normal sidechain. We'll do on. Actually, no. Let's go with this again. What you can do for upper sidechains as a rough estimate is, if you know which octave your bass is starting from. Obviously, we've just eliminated the lowest harmonic on this C sharp. Let's turn off the sidechain. You can measure it on here. So above kind of 65-ish, you don't have to be precise with this. You can throw a high-pass filter on your kick at that frequency. And then look at the shape again. And this is the sidechain pattern we would need for our worst case sidechain, worst case scenario sidechain we would need for our upper bass. So again, nothing to I'll probably do. Again, ideally you would be running this at 0 and then listening for distortion. That's why I've put the clipper on here. I'm simulating Ableton running at 0. Bass notes a bit. Oops, we need to put the full kick back in. My bad. We're going to need a little sidechain on our synth as well. Also, we need to make sure that synth isn't going too low. Ideally, when we can automate this in when the drop starts. Depending on what you want the bass, what amount of the bass you need to be heard needs to come through there, is where you would judge this. Obviously, judge it by ear as well. Once the drop starts, you'd be surprised how high you can cut these. Put a normal sidechain on this, so when the kick isn't there, we don't have to keep turning it on and off. Also, this is just a groove sidechain. It's not really that important for level. But yeah, that's what I would do for. That's the overall. Obviously, you'd spend some time tuning this. I'm on headphones right now. Actually, while we're here, I must mention this website. What is it? If you are stuck on headphones, like we were talking about earlier, there's a website called Auto EQ. And you can search your headphones of choice, and it will give you the EQ curve needed for correcting it to something called the Harman curve, which is it's a kind of a general curve people like to aim for both listening pleasure and kind of human perceived accuracy. But if you say you've got a custom parametric EQ and add a couple of bands here, so we got a low shelf, peaking. So we want 6 peakings, a low shelf and a high shelf. That'll do. It will give you all the correct cues and frequency points to achieve roughly this harmony curve. You'll end up with the blue one there. If you're struggling on headphones, something you can aim for. I've already made myself a what did I call it? HD autocorrect. So if I put this on my master, this will sound awful to you. But that lets me hear right down into a proper sub-range, like more like a studio setup would be. Did I make a? Oh, there we go. I've made a rack of this so I can dial in an amount with some crossfade back into each ear, so I don't get fooled by binaurals headphones. That would be my headphone correction. I can try that on and off. Really dial in the subs. Yeah, does that help? Just seeing that process help Jeremy? Sorry, it was Jeremy, wasn't it? I've got HD25s, Max. So they're not the best for like. They're just classic DJ headphones. I just know them well and have used them for years. Harman Curve Gang, yes. You always worry about not having enough sub info in the 40 to 55 hertz range. That's pretty low. What genre? You said DnB, right, Jeremy? Speed garage and stuff. Wouldn't that sound? You think? All right. Sorry. Let me just read your comment out properly. Traxy reference seemed to have the kick around 55. Let's check out this one while we're here. This is going to be all over the show, obviously. That low C sharp's ridiculous. I'm not sure that's actually that's compared to the. Do they keep that low C sharp in? No, they don't. So they're high pass. You can see they don't have the full sub. So they've either got high pass filter on the master, protecting the super lows of the speaker system there. I said C sharp was low, didn't I? So all we're hearing there is the low C sharp upper harmonics. We're hearing the. We might need a sharp one. I'll just put that on our sub track there. Something like that. Where is this kick anyway? I was looking at the kick fundamentals, wasn't I? To answer your actual question, instead of going on another million tangents. What can I say? ADHD brain. Blessing and a curse. Well, I presume I'm ADHD. I don't know about fun. Yeah, this gets all the way down to like the middle of that's about 50. Yeah, about 50, which is typical. Yeah, about the 50 area. And you think the sub sitting above 50 would sound weaker to club. It depends how long the kick drum is and how strong it is in the mix. If you're making garage doesn't really have. If you compare it to drum and bass, garage isn't like massive on the bottom, really. I wouldn't worry about it. No. Where are we down here? What's our loudest meters? -6, -8 area. And what's isolate saying? Let's get the versus the reference. I've probably gone a bit too loud in the sub. Or maybe too much to stain on the envelope. My kick seems to have a bit more... maybe I'm just not sidechained enough. I seem to be able to hear the tail of theirs a bit more. But yeah, in the ballpark. I don't think that would sound bad. Live. Be good enough. Like I say, this isn't really dialed in, but... yeah, I think the sidechain's a lot heavier on theirs. Thought the rule was E to A for low end. Yeah, again, it's not really a rule. It's a nice to have. But a lot of, if your track isn't in the key of E to A and it's not, if it's moving chords like garage does, inevitably it moves out of there, isn't it? So you have to rely on the kick. So you either go longer kick in that range and then have the bass higher, or you kind of you just compromise in the middle there. You remember Prince once decided to take the bass out of a track for it to work. Yeah, that's an arrangement thing. I'm not sure it applies to most dance music tracks. It was fine for what was effectively a ballad. Was it Purple Rain? Didn't have a bass? No, it's Kiss, wasn't it? Kiss. Yeah, massive car crash. It's basically the same sentiment I had in my bass, key effects bass video. Once you get down to the 40 hertz range, it's just a real problem for live sound systems. If you're intending for this to be club music, not pop music. If it's pop, you can do what the hell you like. If you want it to be played well in the club, and if it ever has to go to vinyl as well, is another problem. But if you're mainly concerned about the club, then yeah, you have to be careful about going too low past the 40 area. Most live systems just don't have the sheer like area of sub that can push that with any kind of transient energy. As Massive Car Crash says, the processing in the protection circuit will probably roll off at 40 or 35, in that area. Was it When Doves Cry had no bass? Right, okay. I think When Doves Cry and Kiss, was it? He did it more than once. Rules are meant to be broken. Yes, Trash Panda. No longer mix for FM radio. No, we don't mix for FM radio. The charts are now full of, if it's not Taylor Swift, it's Olivia Rodrigo. Rodriguez? I can't remember. Sabrina Carpenter, all that, it's all. Just aim for that absolute middle road. Doesn't really matter if your bass is huge. What we're saying here? She's his crust. Is that supposed to be like a play on Jesus Christ? She's his crust says, I'm day 2 into making music, coming from using AI to make music. I want to learn this stuff, but damn, it's technical. Lol. Yeah. This is many years down the road. This. When you want full control of your sound and your music, then this is what it gets. Well, this is the end. You don't have to do this. A lot of what I was doing here with this sidechaining things, you can just give that to an engineer. You don't have to do the engineering side. Coming up with the chords, you could give that to a keyboard. This is what a lot of people don't realize. What you're doing with AI music there is pure production. I've argued this a lot. When Quincy Jones made Thriller with Michael Jackson, obviously Michael came in with lots of ideas, but Michael Jackson just did the vocals. Rob Temperton wrote the track, and Quincy Jones got Rod Temperton on purpose because he knew he was capable of writing hits. If anyone needed to play strings or trumpets or any other instruments, they were hired in to do that. He got Bruce Swiddy to engineer the track. I can't remember who was the mastering engineer. But basically, Quincy Jones produced Thriller and made it a hit. But he didn't play a single instrument or engineer a single thing on that track. He produced the track. He brought all the elements together. He recognized what was good to him and pulled it together. So what you're doing there with making AI music is just the same. You're just getting well, not people in this case, but you're getting a machine to do the other elements for you. And you either like the output or you don't. That's pure production. So don't feel like you have to do every single role. If you were to make music yourself, you don't have to know how to make chords. You don't have to know how to mix a track. You can always hire an engineer, or you don't even have, in the early days, if you get enough of a group together that wants to make something happen, you don't have to pay people, because hopefully you can get people to understand that if it works well, everyone will get paid. Believe it or not, despite what all the software and the marketing around all the software is telling us that we can now do everything from a laptop, people like me who can do kind of all these things in to a reasonable degree are pretty rare. It's a very rare thing. So yeah, don't feel like you have to do everything. I am comparing AI music to Quincy Jones. Yes, I'm comparing the role you someone who employs Suno or Udio to make music for them via prompts is a producer. I'm not saying it's going to be anywhere near as good as Thriller, but AI music's plenty good enough for pop music now. There is plenty of people being fooled enough by AI music. If you're into middle of the road pop music and you don't want to make anything, too out there and special or unusual, AI will produce anything as good as Sabrina Carpenter, in my opinion. It's already fooling enough people that they get AI songs are getting to number one in certain playlists. Although we can't, obviously, the problem with that is we can't be sure they're not using AI to bot the thing as well. But the role is production. You're a decision maker. You're not a musician. You're not a engineer. You're the same as Rick Rubin or Quincy Jones. Obviously, Quincy Jones was a musician, but he deliberately did not interfere with the musical side. He almost wasn't hired for Thriller because they were worried that Quincy Jones could not do pop music. A lot of people don't know this, but Quincy Jones was almost too much of a jazzer to be trusted with making a massive pop hit. So he had to remove himself from the equation, and obviously a good producer is clever enough to do that. He removed himself from a lot of the musical decisions. To be able to produce that album that's why Rod Temperton was brought in. Did all the music. I hope that makes sense. I'm not saying they're as good as one another. I'm not saying AI music can produce what Quincy Jones could produce, but the role that you take when you employ AI to make music for you is the role of a producer. You say Suno's success, but it's fooled plenty of people. It's made people cry. I mean, what more do you want from a piece of music than to move someone in some way? What you've got to remember is a lot of people listening to music don't listen to it like we do. If your only like use of music is to have it on in the background while you do the washing up or the ironing, or then if you've been listening to Sabrina Carpenter all day, then you're not going to be able to tell if music's AI or not. If your main diet is white bread, then as soon as someone releases Nutella spread, you're going to be crying, thinking it's the best thing in the world because you've never tasted anything that's changed white bread so much for you in your entire life. If your entire life you've consumed white bread and then someone comes with a croissant, you might be in tears. It's so amazing. You know what I mean? So it's in the ear of the beholder, isn't it? It's our job to come with the Picasso element. Someone has to do something that sounds nothing like what AI has been trained on for enough people to go, that's fresh. That sounds like human music. Because unfortunately, everyone who's, saying, I want to sound like Fred again, or, John Summit, is unfortunately way too late on that train. We're going to have a massive problem if you're chasing those kind of sounds. This isn't far away. This kind of, not making any judgments here. I like this, but I'm just saying. You have to be very careful about what you choose to. I'm talking in professional terms. I always talk in terms of having a career in music. You got to be careful about what your measure of success is. Um, Thriller was just released this week in 1982. Is that right? Okay. AI is the equivalent of stealing all the tapes in the studio and splicing them together instead of creating something new. Not completely. Not completely. I know why you're saying that. I'm not saying I agree with how they went about training the models, by the way, but I will also say I'm not innocent. My job as a ghost producer, ghost writer to DJs is just like what we did here, right? You bring me a reference track. How do I sound like that? What are the chords? What's creating the vibe? Is it the chords? Is it the sounds? Is it the writing? Is it the arrangement? Is it the groove? All of that. I analyze that. I tear it apart. I break it down to its fundamental essences, or what I believe they are to my ears, and then we recreate something similar. Why am I much different to how the AI was trained if I'm referencing all the time? I'm not producing anything. I mean, now I have this knowledge. I could take this and then combine it with stuff I know from my love of heavy metal and create something new maybe there, combine those two, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, I can take this knowledge and splice it into other creative endeavors I might have, but half the time I'm not making anything original at all. So yeah, I mean, it sucks the way it was trained, unethically and without compensation to all the people that made the music that it was trained on. And now it sucks even more that they've settled with major record labels, because I don't have a major label record or major label record contract. So if they were trained on my music, I won't see any compensation. And I'm pretty sure those major labels won't pass it on to any artists that they're currently signed with anyway. Is it Suno signed, settled with Warner's, haven't they? And Udio have settled with Universal, if you don't know, by the way. Which means soon you'll stop being able to download AI music. Is probably the deal they'll do. AI sounding music has been there long before AI existed. Yes, I agree, Sonny. I agree. Because this is a massive. People who are creativity and originality snobs forget that originality isn't what most people think. If I was to make you a truly original piece right now, it would be a bunch of bleeps and bloops and alien sounds that you had never heard before. And the chances are it would be so alien sounding that you wouldn't like it. You certainly wouldn't get it. You wouldn't understand it. And the only thing that could produce a truly original piece of music like that would be a computer, ironically. I couldn't do it. I'm human. I've got too many references. What I grew up with, the environment, all the music I grew up on that is stuck with me for my life. That would all be in there, so it wouldn't be original at all. What people think original music is just something that they like, that they already get, which means it has references in stuff they understand or have heard before, combined with something that they don't know what the reference was. That's all original music is to most people. Like your first time hearing Nine Inch Nails might sound amazing, like because you didn't know that you could combine pop music with industrial music, right? So you don't get any of the, you like the melodies, but you think the synths sound really dirty or something, and then you don't understand. You never heard Ministry or Throbbing Gristle. You don't know the references. That's all. And you might think Trent Reznor's like really original because of that. So, anyway. That's a good question. See, if the club systems are rolling off subs anyway, why do we have to roll off? You don't. It's just good practice, just in case they don't. What if you end up in a smaller venue? Or have you heard iPods? When you don't roll off your low end properly, when you don't get your low end, they just fart. They sound, or, MacBook speakers, anything that has like low end enhancement with harmonics. If your low end's a mess, then it really struggles and it starts to create all these extra harmonics on top. And then its own limiter kicks in and starts kind of working against your grooves. Thank you, The Perceptionist. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, is it another thing people get wrong about what they think successful music is everyone forgets branding and story. There's very, very few tracks in history which, on their pure own merit of how good the music was on its own, that have lasted the test of time. The rest is from how it was spread, how it came about, the cultural relevance at the time, what it meant to a movement or a campaign. And you could tell the one-hit wonders were the ones they spent millions marketing that didn't have good tunes. And the ones that didn't are the ones we still talk about today. And that's not changed. And that's something AI cannot do. Because how do you talk about the process? You could talk about your lyrics that you've added to an AI track. Like that Zania Monet's done. Yes, Cook. We can feel, we can connect on that level. But like I say, some AI music has made people cry because it was trained on people who felt things, of course. And I suppose in a lot of those cases, it's the lyrics, and the lyrics were usually written by a human. But still, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of resonant connection feelings, but you'd be surprised what type of audiences don't care about that. Like I say, you've got Sabrina Carpenter at the top of the charts. I don't think people are feeling in the way you would hope. Could AI create a new genre? I think it's capable of. It would have to splice together something that's not been spliced together before. Kind of a happy accident. I suppose it's less likely to be able to do so because of how railroaded it is by what it's been trained on. I think it would be technically possible. You might have to train your own to be able to do that with like the specific purpose of making strange mashups. Vocaloid. I cry every time I listen to Sabrina Carpenter. There you go, you see? Feelings. Right, speaking of which, completely unoriginal music. Shall we, who wanted to make some drum and bass? And am I capable of doing it? I'm certainly not capable of making the breaks from scratch. That's very hard to do. How do you keep rap vocals clean when stretching 70 to 80 BPM vocals to around 125? Well, going faster normally is easier than slowing down. But there's nothing about time stretching which is clean. Usually. You just have to have a really good algorithm, hope that the performance is such good quality in the first place with enough diction that it survives the speed up. You could try to put it in beats mode, transient mode, so it doesn't try to actually stretch every syllable, and it leaves the original transients intact. But the original performance and recording is a large part of what's going to help it survive stretching. It's kind of out of your hands, really. Other than trying a drum mode. Shall you ask ChatGPT, is Ben capable of creating drum and bass? Yeah, see what it says. I've not actually got it on my phone. I normally just go on the website. Anyway, hopefully what we did here, by the way, regarding dialing the subs in, I mean, just to wrap up our thoughts on that, yeah, I think that would be fine. Drum and bass with swing is extremely hard and sounds quite messy. I've heard triplet drum and bass, but that's different. There are some rare. I saw an amazing DJ in a pub once who managed to. What was the track? He mixed in a triplet track, which, like, you know, Soft Cell, Tainted Love or something. He mixed something like that into a drum and bass track, and it was a triplet drum and bass track, and I was blown away because I was like, that's either a good pair of ears or he knows the one triplet drum and bass track in the entire world, because there can't be many of them, right? I was very impressed. I shook his hand at the end of the night. I've forgotten who it was, unfortunately. Black and Gold, there's a triplet one, yeah. I can show you drum and bass with swing. Because we could just take a loop and swing it, and you'll hear what happens. Bass music. Actually, let's go jungle. What's in jungle? Let's go loops. Someone's recreated the That's pretty tight. I already own that one, actually. Let's grab that. You'll see what happens when it's swung. 175 starting point. So this is extremely square. Swung. I won't even do it. It's actually too fast for it to keep up. We need to go into drum mode. Transients. Let's do it a little bit. You're not really getting the full effect. I suppose half of it isn't swingable because it's eighths. So you'll only get it on the ghost note sections at the end of the bar, but it just becomes very messy. Let's start there. What was so according to the general poll of the chat, it was dark, minimal, ambient, yeah. I'll tell you what, let's go referenceless while we've had a big rant about originality. Let me guess at what dark, minimal, ambient drum and bass sounds like. I bet minimal doesn't use a lot of this groove, does it? It'll be more the cleaner drums. Obviously not that big. I mean that kind of rhythm where there's not a lot of the... There's a break section hi-hat. I'm going to grab that while we're... Ooh. We like that kick drum and snare. Give me that. I presume we wouldn't even use this rhythm. I'll take the snare and the kick. Let's do something like... Whoops. Why is it misbehaving? Here we go. One kick. One snare. Or click or side stick or whatever that snare is. I like how small it is. There's our 808 drum beat from earlier. This is going to get thinned out and reverbed. It's going to be kind of a background break. Is how I'm imagining this whole thing. We're going to have like dub stabs plus pads. Is that how it... Reese, Nero-y type bass, nothing too raucous though. Here's a question, what type of reverb? I think Tal would be too metallic for this. Maybe maybe it's just supermassive. Longer. It's fine for now. I'll be chopping up the groove so it's not. We don't even have it. What would we do for kicks? Just. Oh, C3. It could be that far apart. Like that, maybe? I don't know. What would the... Would we even have a backbeat in ambient? I don't think we... Maybe we pick up with one later. We shall see. Let's get some... Let's get some mood in there. Are we good to go, Plaque? No worries. Thank you for being around. If I don't see you before, I don't know if I will do a live stream before Christmas, so I will. I'll see you in the comments and have a good one. Yeah, Jungle came before DnB, correct? IS. You just want to be called IS or IS? Independent Scotland. What does IS stand? Can you please explain how you simulated crosstalk? Oh, for the headphones. Nothing too fancy. It was just feed one side back into the other with a slight delay and some low pass filtering. That's all it was. Because in real life, if you hear something from the right, it arrives at your left ear slightly later and with less high frequencies because your head blocks them out, right? So that's all it was. Nothing. There was nothing like super scientific in there. If you want to do it properly, you can look into something called HRTF, head-related transfer functions. That's like a convolution way of mimicking the ear response. Alex, thank you. Right, let's do... What we're going to use for pads. I mean, obviously we're going to use Vital, but what we're going to do for the actual sound... Let me get the actual... I know what chords I want for dark minimal. I want to do a held pad and a stab, like a dub stab. We're just going to go G. I think I want parallel minors. No key. Well, no, it would have to be double this. Why is it doing that? Thank you. Let's just go here for now. I want lots of bend. Something. Well, let's just start there. Let's loop it of course. This sounding dark, or is that too chill? Snowboard and bass, SSX, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, of course that's what's going to come out of my brain, isn't it? Because OG Dreamcast owner here. Never mind your SSX Tricky, that came later. we've got to go. Got to start there, haven't we? Let's get the dub delay out. Ableton's tape. Actually, let's use the new delay son thing while we're here. I do want some bit crushing. Oh, have any of you guys seen the girl that codes trance? What do you think of it? Any opinions? I want 8th dub, 8th dotted. Let's get some no tone, driven. I don't know what my synth's going to be yet. I only want one hit. Not that often, and more feedback. Bit complicated. Yeah, we'll. Oh, you mean the sorry, yeah, the coding girl. Yeah, the coding looks alien, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the output's not very interesting. I thought the method was. But it got me thinking, like... Oops. Why can't I get a chord out of this thing? We need... that's why. I'm an idiot. Don't put any release on this. Wrong octave, probably. We need... Eighth, there we go, right here. This beat's too predictable. We need some of that in there. Get the 8th repeats in. Re-triggers. Maybe that'd be the fill. Yeah, right, let's get a bass. Question is, is this just going to be... I'll work on the stab sound later, it's not good. Let's just get an octave in there from here. Obviously, I want to do an 808 kind of thing, but should I? Is that too active? Should I go Reese, or should we just have two different sections? What am I doing? Jungle was always ambient to you, was it? One of our earliest sounds, if we want. Some more release. That's in the wrong place, that bass, isn't it? Maybe something like that, I don't know. Wants to hear Reese. Put Reese in. Maybe we could interrupt that with a Reese. I'll figure it out. Not sure yet. I've got too many lows in these pads. I think I need to... What would we do for we have a heavily filtered OG Reese. Or hang on, no. The one I made for I don't want to be too musical with it. Depends on what mood we're going for, doesn't it? Like an addition. Kick too punchy. Maybe, not sure. Maybe the kick actually needs reverb on it as well. And we need side chains everywhere. I bet we need everything in a sidechain group. Maybe. I'll put all the basses in one group and then just do the pad maybe. Not sure. Random plucky melody. Got longer on the Reese. I mean, I presume there would be a section which would just be without the sub. Oops. That's an option as well, obviously. Maybe a little flutter. Didn't even make a difference. That calms us down a lot. Plucky melody be? How deep are we, by the way? Oh yeah, plenty. It's only G and F, should be fine. What would we do? I've got... Have a look for things I can already hitting the 7th there. Lots of delay, like on the that reminds me, I think I want the bit crushing before the oh, we'll have to get some of that in there. What do I want? I want ditto. I want the 7th, the new 3rd. Like that. That no I had in my head. Do. Oh, sorry, that's that. Maybe that, something like that. What are we saying? I need to do the MC stuff. Unfortunately, it would have to be the most offensive patois impression the internet would have heard, and I would be cancelled. I'm not as good as the guy who did the Corey the Goat Rice and Peas meme. He's very good. You could do the London MC. That type of shout out to the sound boy, killing it tonight. There you go. There's my MC impression. I definitely couldn't rap for you, I'm afraid. Oh, we need like ambient. What's on the vocals for drum and bass? Jungle. Are there any vocals? I wonder. Yeah. What comes? I want some ambient, gated. I could turn that on. Oh, that's pretty, actually, that in a different reverb. Really far back. Slightly out of tune. That would do it. I'll just leave it in that tuning, to be honest. Filtered. It's a bit harsh. Not on the beat though. I think I'm halfway through there. Second time, no. Dragonfly, that'll do for now. Normal delay. Oh, I might pitch that down, actually. It's doing my head in. Not sure. I think I'll leave it. It's going to be super background. Maybe even something like that. I don't know. Come off just before the beat. Yeah. I don't know. Probably need to do a better rhythm. Second share, only the first sounds good. Oh, okay. Maybe split them up. We got echoes of the other one in. I'll leave it for now. I'm going to use the bathroom. Be back in 1 second. I'm back. Right. I think Cat should spam a random word to confuse Ben when he returns. I caught you! Right. Can we go through what we have so far? Yeah, hell knows what the structure would be on this. I don't know anything about Liquid. I suppose this would be... We'd need like a pad change. I presume, would we need a new harmony section with different chords? I don't know. Pisses like he makes tunes. Is there a way to use a reverb on a return track that would go back to a bus? I always have weird latency. Well, reverbs do add latency. Latency is only an issue when you're recording live though, right? And it depends on whether your software has delay compensation turned on, which would add to the latency. I think I need reverb on that kick. I'm not sure. I don't know what I would use though. Try Ableton's for now. any highs. None of that. I've already got a multi-band on this one, have I? Oh, okay. I've done it that way. No pre-delay. I just need to... do that. And ungroup it. Okay, now I could judge it probably. Still a bit too much movement in it, but maybe that's something like that. What have you have so far? Our break. Our unfinished pad. Playing two minors. Our unfinished. Oh no. That's what I meant to do. Apply the filter on the bit crusher. Our Reese. Which we can play with if we wanted to do. .808 section. Pluck. I need whatever that harsh frequency is. Limit her. Must be super background. That's when it's squished. Hello, the DJ 5914. I don't apologise. Welcome. You do a massive strip down, introduce a new bass pad halfway through. Yeah. Oh yeah, back to the latency question. The main reason I don't use return tracks is, well, there's two reasons. Ableton, for example, the quickest example I can give you. So Ableton lets me drag in tracks from sessions I've already done. So, for example, let's say I want the South Asian conch sound from the conch shell I used recently in another track. Where's the conch? There it is. Why not at this point? I could just drag that in and the whole thing's set up exactly as I had it. Actually, this is a bad example because it doesn't have the reverb on it. This one was dry. But imagine this had all of its effects on it. I could just drag in any sound I want from another session and all the effects would come with. If I had return tracks, then none of the ambient effects would come with it. So, and it would get sent to my current return tracks, which are different effects, obviously. So, unless you use the same reverb and delays every time and the same positions every time on the same send track order, when I'm dragging in sounds from other sessions, it's not doable. So I put them as inserts. That's the main reason. Yes, it's less efficient, but I've got a monster CPU, so it's fine. Ryzen 9 thing, 5th generation. It's not very new, but I always go near the top for CPUs, 16 cores or whatever. Sorry, 8 cores, 16 threads, I think it's fine. I don't know what this one's got. What was I going to say? Yeah. The second reason in the whole rhetoric about making your sounds appear in the same space by sharing a reverb so they glue together, that, for me, that entirely comes from rock world. People dealing with real bands, rock bands. It's very important when you have acoustic instruments and you need them to sound like they're in a similar space, like a band would, that they share some effects. In electronic music, where all of your sounds are completely abstract, usually, anyway, then no. I mean, yeah, I would just copy that across and I've got full control over it. Yeah, that's the main reason. I don't think there's any mix need to. I mean, I don't believe in glue compression either. So don't get me going on the glue rant. It's nonsense in my opinion, especially for electronic music. What does a conch sound like in drum and bass? Oh, we're on something. Let me jam something here. Probably unnecessary, but you could put that reverb on anything and you've got an ambient. And you've got a great sound. Could I do an harp thing? I might actually do it like that. Treat it like a synth. That sounds pretty cool. I don't know where it would come in though. You probably have it over the bar, right? What notes did I press? F. It would be much faster than 16s as well. I would just let an ARP do this if I could be bothered, but let me just hear what that sounds like. A bit later, right? Whoops. Jazz, baby. click even lower. There he goes before. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Right. People said strip it back. I wouldn't mind some kind of oops, I've just turned that into a scene. We'd need oh, I need to, yeah, speaking of unfinished pad, need to take the attack off that. Let's just use that hi-hat for now, it's fine, isn't it? Release, lots of release, lots of voices. Oh, I need to be doing randomized phase as well. That's bass. Look. Let's throw some bit of chorus. Some kind of fill. I would take the vocal and the pluck out there. We need a limiter on the break. I don't know if I want it smushed or delicate, really. Yeah, not sure. Bring in plucks. Bring in plucks of vocal. I am using Vital for the respace, yeah. We could automate this. In fact, let's put it on a random LFO for a minute. Why not? Slower than that. We can put some similar motion in the pad. Tiny bit. Actually, Bit of pitch drift from what they call baby audio. Just lo-fi that. Do something different with the break, I think. You're just trying to make drum and bass with drums and bass. Vintage warmer on the I don't think I need it crunching up like that. I just didn't want the highs through, but I want gentle highs. Take delayed hits on what, JT? Got plenty of those already. Is it bad sounding to have the bass playing a fifth? Well, it's less solid. I don't know about bad sounding. Bad sounding is up to you. Here's the bass on the fifth. It's been done before. Remember, a lot of, like, especially in drum and bass and rave, these people aren't like musos like me. They're going to be, it's press and guess, right? So there's no rules. I've heard the bass on the fifth a few times in dance music. If it sounds good, it's good to you. Go for it. I would be tempted to do too many. Like as a pickup. That went wrong. What happened there? We do. I'm trying to think how we do an alternative. Pad up the octave. What we need. Whoops. on. And get me sample and hold LFO. Oh, okay. I want some sparklies at my piano. Send you to filter 2. Yeah, have that on a suite maybe. Something like that. Sounds pretty cool. Not that fast. Every 4 bars. Bipolar. Start there. Maybe. And guitar and bass and keys. Am I hearing the end of another question, or have you saved this project with it being called? I haven't yet. Good. All the brownie points to that person. Yes. Good point. If this crashes now, I lose. Well, I might not lose everything. I don't usually. I don't. Why am I putting my name in there? Of course, it's me. Right. Oh, damn. Did I delete my 808? I did, didn't I? Let's just tease that first. And then we'll have to bring that back, I think. I don't know what I'm doing structure-wise at all. But that feels like it could do well. Probably automate that kick so it's throw like turn the reverb up something. Heartbeat vibes. Oh, we still need a fill. It'll do for now. It will do for now. It's a bit too pretty for dark ambient, isn't it? But it is what it is at the moment. Oh, the drum's on the wrong side of the beat. Why is that? I've messed that up, haven't I? That's right. That's because I dragged the fill over. Okay. Okay. You upgraded to 96 gigs of RAM and you haven't crashed Ableton since. Yeah, that makes sense. It usually is a RAM limitation. Anyway. I know what we could do for the oh no. Sidechain that. But compact to be too aggressive. Let's have a listen. We want the bass not to be too interrupted. We'll try both. Normal compressor does well. Don't mind that. That seems to take over pretty well. Seems pretty smooth on default. Either or. Of course, we need some vinyl and tape texture, right? That means we can get away with some really minimal sections. Just throw them on the master at this stage. Too much. Vinyl. Maybe that one. That sounds like something from Resident Evil or Silent Hill. Yeah, save room vibes, yeah? Oh, maybe that's... Oh, maybe that's what our breakdown section should be. Can we rip off Resident Evil save room? How did it go? Let me remind myself. It was piano, wasn't it? Like an upright piano. Oh, someone's done a compilation of all the save room themes. I just want the OG. Oh, it was... like a pluck. Ah, it's a pluck and 1 minor flat 2 in Frisian kind of thing. Ah. Well, yeah. Well, there's a good reason you're hearing a similarity there, because flat 2 is similar to the minor 7 I've used here. It has a lot of the same notes, so yeah. This section could definitely do it. No, that's not the chord. Hang on, what am I on? I'm in F minor, aren't I? I need the pluck. Oh, does it not work because of 7th? Hang on, let me work this out. Oh, I'm in G minor. I'm in G minor, not F minor. I just saw the 7th at the bottom and totally forgot what key I was in. That's why. So it's A flat major 9th. Let's put the 9th and the 7th in there. Let's put the 7th at the bottom, sorry. Yes, that's why it sounds similar, yeah. What was the winding instrument? Flute. Harp. We're going to get harp out of Labs. That'll do. And then I'll put a synth pluck over the top of it. Please don't crash. I'm going to pull them nostalgia strings hard. Oh, this is the wrong labs. Actually, let's use the new one. As soon as it's current, and I should get used to it because instruments. There's a problem with it being called instrument. Because now it's just giving me the category of instrument. This is going to be a problem, isn't it? And it doesn't appear to list instrument as an instrument. Is it splice? Does it come under splice? Oh, there we go. Splice instrument. Hi, Conrad. Yeah, we're kind of just finishing up. I'm trying to add Resident Evil save room vibes to the break of this track. Oh. Okay. No, I want the... I've not connected my account. Okay, fine. We'll leave it for now. You instead. This has got the harp in, hasn't it? Where's the harp? You're over here. Let's get a harp going. Well, literally the origin of the name. Let's take out the stab. It's going to be quiet, I know that much. Yeah. We do want the delay though. Let's just nick that one. Not as much mod. And then we do the same on the change. Major 7th. We might have to go 9th actually for... I'm not sure. That's not bad. Maybe do length of 8, double that. Oh, I've just... No, I don't mean... oh, there you go, duplicate. Let's do 9th. Too quiet. Let's go quarters. I'm going to let that run over our old chords because it should merge. EQ. PlayStation couldn't sample past, what, 32 kilohertz? I want a bit of that. Yeah. It's like 12-bit. Maybe half sample rate, 20. Need a flute. Nostalgic flute. So that we hold it on the 7th, right? 9th, I mean. And it bends to... bends to the 1. Do BBC Labs instruments obey pitch bend? We'll soon find out. No, they don't. Okay. So we can't get our flute from there then. It'll have to be contacts. I'm pretty sure these work with pitch bend. Just give me a crap one. Oh, these aren't crap. But it'll do for now. Oh, didn't work. Well, this is annoying. I'm going to have to sample it and then Oh, God, I've got to navigate contacts. Oh. No, this would take forever. Oh, I see. All. Group editor. Sustain. Oh no, this is a volume envelope. Oh, damn. Hang on. I don't want pitch bend to manipulate volume. I want... Do I have to just add new modulator? Is that what I do? Just bounce the note in place. Yep. That's what it's going to be at this point. It's been so long since I've had to edit a contact instrument. It's awful. Group. Put the effects on the group. Oh, bouncing place is a 12.3 thing, isn't it? Oh, it was a bounce and flatten. All this for Resident Evil vibes. Worth it though. A guitar would translate, yeah. it runs out, apparently. All right, let's do this. A little bit of a crossfade. Reconsolidate that. Then we can loop that and pitch bend it. Okay, here we go. Envelopes. Clip. Transpose. Hey! That's what we needed. That's what we needed. Add that back at the very end of it. Thanks for the suggestion, Victoria. Nash. I'll do. Oh, could we do I think that's pretty cool. How does the kick fit so well? Well, it didn't originally. I put some reverb on it and took the top end off it. I suppose I could. You could let the full one out at the end, I suppose. Depends on how active you want the mood to get, I suppose. It's already quite busy now. It's hardly minimal, is it? But I like our little... Yeah, someone... Resident Evil Safe Room was a great call, thank you. Yeah. Folks, your ambient boat. Great, good to know. So we need stop there maybe. Lots of arrangement to do, but definitely very 90s, right up my alley. Hopefully you learned something. I'm going to go have to eat, I think. We'll be right over for dinner. 127 of you, apparently. Wow. Hello, everyone. I didn't think I wasn't looking at the numbers. 127 people for dinner. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be a Christmas do and a half. How do we organise that? I still want to do in-person workshops. I think I would rather do those before the course. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Obviously, it's expensive to do. That's the thing. It's really hard to pull off. You got to get accommodation and venues and blah, blah, blah. But I think those are more productive than workshops, maybe. I mean, than courses, online courses. I'm not sure. Obviously, I have to do both at some point. Siebes, what are you saying? Fantastic. Maybe we could auto next time. Ben, please. Was that a typo? What do you mean auto next? Next time. Auto next time. Automation. Oh, right. I see what you mean. Yeah. Do the automation. Yeah. It needs a lot of automation. Show how to process the Amen break sample. This one here. I took the low end off it. Some of the top end that was too sizzly. Again, this is all to do with the fact I'm trying to keep it chill. So I'm not sure. You don't need the limiter, but it just takes some of those more jumpy out peaks off. If I wasn't doing ambient, I wouldn't touch this at all with in terms of dynamics. I might go the other way, bring out some of the peaks. But yeah, it's just literally bracket off the worst frequencies and throw it through a reverb, which arguably is too loud right now. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Now here's a question. Would you guys rather a live stream before Christmas or an extra video? I probably won't have time to do both. I'm going seeing family for about 2 weeks. Sometime over Christmas, New Year. So those 2 weekends are out. Actually, I'll put a poll up. I'll put a poll up on the channel. Oh, Logan, sorry. You asked me to recreate Aspire to Inspire by is that Hyde Van Wee? You asked on the video and I said come to the live stream to ask. You're right. Okay, sorry, yeah. Caught me at the end of the stream. If I could do a video for you, I will. What sound was it? Let's have a look quickly. Is it bass? You said recreate the place. I presume that's a typo. I take it that's the one. FM, it's an FM lead, I know that much, the bell sound. Lots of sounds in there, isn't there? Yeah, let me know, Logan, what the sound was. I shall search my comments, in fact, for your original, and I shall highlight it. I've got it. I've got it. The pluck. Oh, place pluck. It was a mistyping of pluck. Which one? You mean this one? It is FM. Yeah, I think that's FM. Yeah, I think that's FM. Just FM some sine waves on some envelopes. I don't think it's that. You have to get your delays and reverbs in the right place, but yeah, I don't think it's difficult at all. Well, dialing in the envelopes, because I think there's a click on there. I think there's but there's going to be some kind of super fast that kind of thing. Where's my I'm playing a pad at the same time here. You might just stop that click getting through to the reverb. Doesn't like it, does it? But it's that plus a bit of chorus, I think, and is there anything? Is there or not? Just play around with you. Just play around with your octaves. Oh, I'm being phoned. I'm just finishing my live stream. Call you back. Sorry. Yeah, let's give me one more look. Listen. Yeah, I'm not sure that's even in there, the octave. It's very pure. It's not. You might need a little bit of bit reduction on there as well. Sample reduction. Sorry, not bit reduction. I'm not sure if I heard that on another sound or on that one. You know that? And you could put that on an envelope too. Maybe that's part of the attack. I'm not sure if I heard that on another sound or on that one, but Yeah, I'd have to spend some time with it, but somewhere in there. Yeah, I'm not hearing that too. Yeah, not sure if it's an octave or if it's all just same pitch. Sounds like you only need two. Or just that one a lot louder. Anyway, yeah. Have a play. It's not, yeah, that should get you in the area. Same melody when it becomes fuzzy. Oh, right, for... That'll tell us. Oh, that's a different sound. That's a different sound. That's not the same. That's a layer. Oh, there's your bit crusher, yeah. I'm not sure if that's an effect or if it's... And then that's the other layer fading in, yeah. It's not the same sound. I actually don't know what that would be. Yeah, I don't know what the other sound would be. It's up the octave though. But it's not that... Unless it's kind of that. That's quite close, isn't it? Just the FM cranked. Played an octave up. Yeah, you wouldn't need the spike envelope on that one. Anyway, yeah, it sounds like FM. FM is it's hard to play around with. It's a lot of trial and error. How to make it fuzzy sounding. Yeah, that's a different layer. Yeah, that sounds like they call it a clav sound. I don't know if it's synth or sample. You can get it with both, but yeah, not as simple as the intro one there. I would have to play around for a while. Yeah, leave it with me. Leave it with me. Yeah. Definitely a bit crushed. Definitely a bit crushed. Yeah, this is not the same sound. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to play. I'm going to go get some food. But thanks for the question, and sorry I missed you earlier, Logan. Thanks everyone. Let's fade out on this, shall we? And I need to check my... Yeah. Thank you, DJ Sonic Sound. Thanks, Cook. Thanks, Siebes. Thanks, Logan. Thanks, James. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Peyton. Thanks, AOT. Thanks, Ferianti. Thanks, you're awesome. Thanks, Maxa. Thanks, IS. Is IS. Thanks, Tasman. You're welcome. Apparently, number 1 chatter was Jeremy. Number 2, Subspace Jet Witch. Was Subspace here tonight? Or is this just in general? Number 3 is. IS. Number 4, Cook. Number 5, Hunter. Thank you very much. Thanks, Conrad. Thank you, Tech Soul Balance. I shall release it eventually, yeah. I've done quite a few on these live streams now, which have gone unfinished. I need to get around to. Thank you, Cam. Right. Thank you, Gary. Thanks, Jason. All right, then. If I don't speak to you before, have a good one. And I'll see you in the comments. Bye-bye.